Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Pyanodons. Happy Tuesday. Last time we got some work done down here on various prerequisites for chem science and the nuclear chain. We gave ourselves a little bit of a to-do list here, although I'm not totally happy with that to-do list. We do also need to keep in mind that we are currently bootstrapping. Where are they? Both Navens and Grod. We've got 17 Grod at this point, and it's out of poor alien samples. Okay. So we just want to make sure that we are able to get the AL stuff, like, started, and we're not waiting on AL to do chem science. But it's totally fine for it to be there. Is this just another train sitting waiting to deliver fuel? Yes, it is in fact the same train sitting waiting to deliver fuel. Which will run... this will run as soon as it finally gets antimony. Okay. How's antimony doing? Antimony's running. Okay. So yeah, I'm still not sure if we are still really behind on antimony, or if it is just a... Sorry, I'm still not sure if we are making enough antimony or not, or if we're in a place where we're still catching up. That's what I was trying to say. So, as far as today's agenda goes, yeah, the question is, do we jump on these things, syngas and glycerol? I guess Grod and Navens are both waiting on their appropriate buildings to get made. Yeah. That's waiting on circuits there, and Navens are waiting on... Oh, red circuits, which is even worse. Green circuits should be running, though. We should have green circuits in the mall. And we do, just not heaps and heaps of them? Okay. Is it me, or is the game particularly quiet today? Why is adjusting that slider not doing anything? Yeah, something is wrong with my mixer. Awesome. Wait, just me? Does it adjust me? No. It's like the sliders are completely disconnected from what we're actually seeing. That is really super cool. I'm gonna restart my mixer. And hopefully that fixes it? Question mark? Okay, there's that. If I adjust the game volume now, do we actually get an adjustment? Oh, look at that, it's working. Okay. So whatever was screwy seems to have been fixed by restarting the mixer. Okay, I'll take that. Let me find something that's like a loud factory that I can zoom in on and make sure the levels are correct. What's gonna be loud? I mean, these guys should be kinda... I think somewhere around there is where I usually keep it. We'll call it there for now. Although I don't hear myself at all. And by myself, I mean the running sounds. Alright. I don't want to mess with it anymore. I've already messed with it too much. We're calling this good enough. Okay, so what do I actually want to work on? Where do we want to get started? I have a note that we need more syngas, although this did finally get a delivery of it. So, with that in mind... do I want to start doing the syngas from hot syngas build? Probably should. Let's flip over to YFC. Did I already make a tab for this? No. So we're going to start with... Can I find syngas the product instead of syngas the recipe? There we go. So we're making syngas. This one. We get hot syngas from purified syngas, from dirty syngas. Oh, right, from bitumen. Okay. And this also makes some other... Alright, we're needing an electric boiler. I mean, supposedly the steam, like, exactly loops, but I don't like messing with that. So this will... We'll still want to void this steam, but make the rest of the steam that we need. And then heat generation is almost certainly going to have to be a coal power plant here, huh? Okay. That's a fine enough build. Nothing crazy as far as the inputs. And then outputs are going to be, okay, ash, soot, flue gas. That is fine. I think this is a totally fine build for us to throw together. Let me grab the shopping list. There we go. There's our requests. So we can head up to the mall, and I think all of this stuff is stuff that we should already have available. So we should be able to grab it pretty quickly. Alright, bots. Yeah, they'll grab everything we need pretty quickly. Alright, that is everything there. We're still waiting for some of our normal request stuff, but I think we're probably fine to just run up here and get this built. And the question is, where do I want to build it? I've been doing a bunch of various, like, chemical and petroleum stuff up on this side. I guess I could stick it, and that might be sticking a little too far out that way. We could grab it right over here, I guess, at the end of this path. Or we could point north, like, from here. Alright, well, the bots are here, so we'll let them drop off a bunch of this stuff they're bringing me. May as well. So yeah, I think we can just point north, like, right here. And then this has, what? One fluid input, one solid input, and 4 outputs. So it's going to need a full 6 stations. So, getting started here. Let's do a solid drop-off. And a fluid drop-off. This is gonna need... What's our inputs? Bitumen and oxygen. And the solid requests are coke. And filtration media, is that what it's called? Yes. Cool. So the first step is 2 multi-purpose crackers. Making dirty syngas. And this has all of our inputs as well as our heat input. Our heat input is a coal power plant. Right there. There's our oxygen. The bitumen. And the steam that I will have to hook up still. And the other thing we need to do is we need to bring out coke from here. And then the output of this is going to be ash that we will have to take care of. So let's hook up a solid pickup. Did I do this wrong, by the way? No, it's a request station. Okay. A solid pickup, which we can put, like, right here. That will take the... take the ash from the coal plant out. And let me find another place we've got an ash output so that I can properly get the overflow logic. Okay. That looks good. Yeah, and we just have to set up the steam, and then we will have hot syngas, our first step. Beautiful. All right. After that, the hot syngas needs to go through 3 quenching towers. To make purified syngas. Oh, and these also have a side output. That is annoying. Okay. Water out somewhere. Doesn't really matter where. And then we're going to have the purified syngas out, as well as the flue gas out. The flue gas we need to get rid of. So that is a fluid pickup station here. And like others, let's find another place where we're making flue gas. Oh, I don't have... Well, at least that one's not set up as a void. Let me... flue gas to acid gas is on the A network. Okay. So that's fine. We don't need it to be a void specifically. But this does need to be high priority because this is a byproduct. Alright, that will be the flue gas out. And these also are going to need the filtration media. Okay. Let's, and that way I can route a belt through here, and that will contain the filtration media. How much of that per second are we using? 0.013. All right. 0.013 is fine. And then we also need to power them all. Oh, and this also has a soot output. Ooh. Wasn't thinking about that. I guess that means that all of this needs to go up one more again. And then we can have an output. 1, 2, 3. There. Soot can come right up here. How much soot are we making? 2 a second. All right. And again, this is a byproduct, so it's a high priority pickup. Not that soot is ever not a byproduct, but still. Okay, so that is purified syngas. That now goes into wet scrubbers. 2 of them, in fact. To make the hot syngas. Okay. Bop, bop, bop. Soot output again, as well as the hot syngas. That is fine. Each of these outputs 0.5 soot. That's easy. There we go. And then finally, we have a single heat exchanger that turns the hot syngas into syngas. Our syngas output is here. Make sure all of our signals look correct everywhere. And they do. Okay. So we have a steam output here that needs to be correctly voided. Goes into a cooling tower. And then that needs to be hooked up to one of these guys, if I can find a safe spot for it. There's one here. That might be the closest. And then they also have a water input, which I guess can be the same water. Oh, I'm out of undergrounds. Shoot. Well, actually, I don't need the last one. Right, it's more of a nice to have for ghosting in this input. In that case... Oh, but we do still have to hook up the syngas output itself. So yeah, that's a problem. I'll have to see if I can steal some iron plates from some other build. Just so I can get this done without having to go all the way. Back to base. Where would there be iron plates up here? Oh, don't we make iron oxide? Yes. All right, let's head over to that. That'll have iron plates. There we go. That should be enough. Get the build finished and for us to just confirm that it's all basically working right. And then I'm going to also assume that our void soot to silver is also an A network, and we never set it up as a, yeah. Yep. Because I have no other soot consumers, I think, so that's fine for that to just run. Alright, I think this is good. This seems like it's working fine. We've already made 10,000 syngas, so that's fantastic. We've already made a lot of flue gas, so hopefully that doesn't become a problem. But cool, that's great. That is perfect. Make backup glycerol bigger is the next thing on the to-do list. And I think that's the build down... I think I meant backup oleochemicals, not backup glycerol. Because over here, oleochemicals are a byproduct of making glycerol, and our glycerol is full. So it is the, although this is actually requesting lard now, so that's good. So this will run. But yeah, it's the backup oleochemicals that I wanted to expand the scale of, because just one of these machines is not enough. So yeah, let's figure that out. What kind of machine is this? An FTS reactor? All right. We'll just request one of those. I think I decided that just doubling it was, oops, was going to be enough. Yeah, one of these makes 25 a second, and our normal process over here, when we're not backed up on glycerol, makes 60 a second. So I think 50 a second on the backup build is good enough. So let's head back to base. We'll grab that FTS reactor, and we will get that build doubled up as well. are we doing on circuits? All right, they're still coming through. They're just getting used as fast as they can be brought in right now. Which is because we're uncontrollably making Grod codices. Yeah, let's turn that off. I think we have enough Grod codices. All right, I want the bots to. Oh, they all just kind of wandered off to charge before they could bring stuff to me. But I do need all my pipes and all my normal kind of ingredients. My inventory's running low. So we're gonna have to let the swarm of bots figure out their way to me and get me restocked. Alright, is that enough? It's probably close to enough. We're not doing a super big build over here. We're just adding one more machine. Oh, and while we're waiting for the bots, let's fix it up in YAFC, actually. So this build, we're going to double to 50 a second. Yeah, the one cooling tower is still sufficient. That's really the thing that I cared about double checking. Oh, and I should do label up here. All right, let's go. I think we got enough stuff. I don't want to wait around any longer. Oleochemicals. All right, let's clear this out so I can actually make space to work. Here, let's just do a half and half belt of titanium. Yeah, oh, you know what? No, actually, let's not do that. Because we want to put the lard on a sushi belt. So we'll, Oh, really? Really, game? Okay. I should probably switch to excellent power poles at some point, but that's a different issue. Oh, there's also... Oh, but that's the one that makes glycerol. Never mind. We don't want to do that. Yeah. Cooling tower can go right here. I believe this is the water output. And then the actual output is right here. Then we have a water input that comes here. All right, now we just need to bring in the lard and the titanium to these. Which is a good reason not to do that water that way. All right. We're going to have 2 belts. These use quite a bit more lard than titanium. We're going to have a lard in, and we're going to have a titanium in. All right, titanium will just be a single one of these, I guess. Titanium plate. The lard. How do I want to do this? Let's do 2. So those will pass the lard through to these guys. And then any that doesn't get used has to loop back around. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this down here. Yeah. Except maybe turn it like here instead. And basically we're just keeping the warehouse in the loop instead of doing like a proper sushi belt. And then anything that decays ends up on the decay output belt, whether it loops through here first or not. It also means that we can do this with our decay. And it'll just get dropped onto the same belt that cycles back through here and then goes to the decay output. So I think that's right. I don't have any lard to turn it on with. I also have a bunch of nichrome here that I should drop off somewhere. All right. Backup glycerol is bigger. I'm not worrying too much about expand size at this point. Like, I have lots of etching solution. Apparently even almost have hydrogen peroxide, so I'm not as worried about that as I have been in the past. Yeah, silicon is all, I mean, where it always is, right? We're all waiting on the heavily end-doped silicon. Which is it's just always slow. All right, but I believe that is sufficient for that build for now. And how are we doing down here? This is just still running, making industrial solvent. Yeah, cool. We have like 20,000 of that. Okay. As far as the being able to start making Grod or Navens, I assume Navens are still blocked, yeah. The Grod swamps are up to almost 10. How many of those are we actually going to need? Let's work that out. If we check our unified science, we need 0.01, I assume it's 0.01666 muckmocks per second. 2 out of 240, yeah, that sounds like 0.01666. Yeah, 0.01666. Okay. So let's make a new tab for them. And this is just so I can figure out what the scale of Grod that we're going to need is. .017, 0.017, all right. Oh, well, that's hardly even worth worrying about. 1. We'll make 1. That's 3 of them per 75 seconds. Oh, that's such a weird... No, 2 of them per 75 seconds. Okay. Which is not the number that I see coming out of here. Oh, probably one of these pastures with 8 doesn't have exactly 1 speed, does it? Can I see what the calculated speed is? No. Oh, well. Okay, so we have this like 0.043 a second, sure. Which is a lot more than we actually are going to need. They need phalangy, they need Ralesia seeds, and they need Muckmock's food. And they need bedding, and the bedding is what needs the dried Grod, which we may as well make with hot air, because we have plenty of hot air. Oh, so that's like 1 Grod swamp is enough. Oh, so we can really just like get this started then. I don't think there's anything we really need to wait for. Does the Muckmock's food also use it at all? No. Uses a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, we're gonna need to expand our Tufras. Maybe sap. A little bit of seaweed, a little bit of moss. But no, it's just, 17.8% times each module is speed 100%. So that's 17.8 times 9. Will that get us the number that it's actually giving me? Hey, that is the number that it's giving me. 0.04272. Okay. Cool. And then we could actually, like, triple that pretty easily. Pardon me. 0.12816. Yeah, because that would be 3 pastures to 1 reproductive complex, water barrels. I think I'm pretty much doing Ralesias on site everywhere still, and maybe it's time to consider changing that. Because I don't know if I necessarily want to build Ralesias on site again somewhere else. We should probably centralize them and get them on a better recipe. Yeah, this is scaled totally reasonably to like 1 machine making food, although I'll build 2 of them just because I can. And then only a couple of Grod swamps, although we also are going to need the seeds, which is a little bit more Grod. Still just 2 swamps. Okay. Yeah, and I'll centralize this because like it has enough other ingredients. And then the seeds recipe needs 2 Grod. This only uses 7 modules each. Okay, so we should be able to like actually build this and bootstrap this. I think we have enough Grod. And we only need a couple of Grod swamps. So maybe that should be the build. There's a little Grod build somewhere. Just because, like, the sooner we get started with AL stuff, the better, right? Because it always takes a little while to bootstrap. Although we could do this Grod build. We have, I think, all of the Grod that we need to, like, start the loop for this. So maybe the thing to do instead is to think about muck-mocks and what it takes to bootstrap those. I don't know if we need any of the AL stuff for that or not. Where am I looking? Down here? Yeah. Alright, so we need the Muckmock's Codex. That'll be up here somewhere. Here's my Codex machine. Oh yeah, that's an easy one. There's nothing fancy about that. So yeah, we can let this run for a little while and make a few of those. And then, what else do we need? We need the cow DNA samples, which I assume I can do in here. With Corlex codexes, okay. Oh, and we have a bunch of those in Logi storage, so that should work just fine. Alright, so yeah, this will get some cow DNA samples going. As far as our requests for everything in here, we have all this stuff, so I don't think it's going to take a all that long for the first few muckmucks to get made. I didn't double check fluid inputs, fetal serum, and artificial blood. Okay. We'll need to reroute these pipe inputs for that. There we go. All right. It is ad break o'clock, so I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to top up my water. I recommend everyone else get some water, stretch your legs. And when we come back, we'll either work on Grod or we'll work on something related to nuclear. Those are kind of the two options we have right now. I'll see everyone shortly. All right. I still haven't decided what I want to do. I don't think it makes a ton of sense to work on the Grod until we're ready to start Muckmocks, and that's going to need, you know, a few of these guys to get built first. So I think we can... I think we can look at something else other than AL stuff for now. So, the Unified Science list, We've got optical fiber done. Complex circuit boards are done. Advanced small parts are done. Stainless is done. Nexolite and rubber, of course. Nuclear samples are a big thing. Organic acid and hydride, I think we are making at this point. I believe we're making that. I think we set that up last week down here, right? Yes, organic acid and hydride. It's blocked on, okay, it's blocked on fatty acids. That's just lard and oleochemicals and whatever, but we do have some of it. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, the self-assembly monolayer material. We still haven't done this whole chain, have we? Ah, right, because this needs pyrroline. But we did do the other special alloys, right? If I remember correctly? Yes, we did. Ooh, vat brains. That's something else we could be doing. Niobium, aluminum, titanium special alloy, and chromium, molybdenum, nickel special alloy. Those are running. Okay. We already had rayon. We already have nexolite. And then for... yeah, it's just the PT CDA. And for that we need pyrroline, and for that we need navins. Navins are waiting on a bunch of red chips so that the mall can build the buildings that we need. So that is unfortunately just a matter of waiting. Okay, so this is as far as it can go without navins and pyrroline. Got it. So nuclear is an option, of course. Getting, I think yellow, I mean, obviously, there's nothing special here. Well, leaching stations, I think, are a new building for us. But otherwise, like, this is a pretty standard build for ore processing. Uranium fuel cell is a pretty simple build. Ooh, something just happened. Oh, first muckmocks. Yay! The other thing we could be thinking about is vat brains. Like, I have not actually used them before. This is further than I've ever made it in Pi in the past. I assume that they work... yeah, like beacons, but must be fed with cartridges, which last 20 seconds. So what do we need for the computers? Oh, we need the self-assembly monolayer material before we can even make these. And some brains, which is just really annoying. Okay, so we can't make these yet. Not until we get navins and pyrroline. Let's just go up to nichrome and drop off this nichrome that's in my inventory. Why not? Rather than putting it in Logi storage when I get up. We can just leave it here. Wait, that's chromium. Nichrome output is here. Oh, and this is full. Never mind. I looked at the wrong station. Oops. Where do I have nichrome? Where could I drop this off? For high pressure furnace, or for whatever those are. Oh, sure. That's a reasonable place to drop that. Over at glycerol. There we go. So is lard an issue right now? What's going on? Coralex are running as fast as they can. Fish are not currently running. And that's because, what, fish oil is sufficiently full? Yep. Okay. And then trits aren't running, presumably because we're out of trits, and hopefully they're not broken? No, they're running. Okay. Yep, just, as always, trits are slow. That's fine. So yeah, we're still not making anywhere near enough lard. I don't know if muckmocks are... Muckmocks don't seem that expensive to breed and raise, so I'm wondering how much lard they make and if it's worth trying to grow them. Versus investing more in Augs. I mean, it does seem like the muckmoxes give us more lard per muckmox. With fewer other byproducts, but also, like, we need all the other byproducts anyway, so... Alright, well, that seems like it's working approximately correctly. We haven't backed up again, at least, which is a good sign. There's a lot of meat coming through this system still, but... Alright, what do I want to work on? Ugh! I've been very indecisive today. I'm wondering, can we even make the leaching stations? Like, can I work on uranium processing even if I wanted to? Yes, these we can make, and I'm actually going to go ahead and add that to the mall now. While I'm thinking about it. And then... what else do we need? For the nuclear samples, we need Scrubbers, mixers, centrifuges, evaporators, which I think we have. Do we have the neutron absorbers yet? Not yet. So let's also add those. That way, when I do start building this stuff, there will be time for it to be figured out. Neutron absorbers. There's going to be probably some stuff in here that is not available. Oh, no. It thinks it has it all. I'm impressed. I was expecting some of that stuff to be weird. But nope, we're good. Alright, so that'll help get everything ready for nuclear when I decide I do want to do that. Fawaji is built. I do still have Fawaji on site, but it's all ZI Fawaji, so that's not a big deal. Ralesias on site are a different issue, because Ralesias do bring in inputs even at tier 1. So, like, we make a bunch of them here for cotton guts. And I'm pretty sure we bring in hydrogen just for the Ralesias. Like, nothing else uses it in this build. Yeah. So this is where, you know, is it worth centralizing Ralesias? And I do have Ralesia Stage 2. Let's figure that out. How much Ralesia do we need? And also, where are we using Ralesias directly versus where are we using seeds? Seeds, seeds, seeds. Okay. So we need a certain amount of seeds, and then we need a certain amount of Ralesias on top of that. Let's get this plugged into EFC. Alright, so Ralesias per second. It looks like we need like 2.5 a second. And then Ralesia seeds. We need 1.4, 1.5 plus 0.75, 2.25 a second. Okay. Let's just say 3 a second each, and then we'll tweak it for round numbers later. The seeds come from Ralesias. And then the Ralesias themselves we'll make with this recipe. Alright, that's only like 30 plantations. Cool. And then the muck-mucks on top of that, how much more do we need as far as Ralesia seed input? Oh, these need another like 4 seeds a second. Okay, yeah, and this is where it's definitely worth it, because now we're asking for like heaps of these guys per second. Yeah, what's this recipe? 8 every 5.5 seconds. So that's for 9 machines, 72 divided by 5.5, 13.09 total. Oh god, but then it has to be an even number of gross. something like that. 48 of those and 9 of those makes a lot of Ralesia seeds a second. Although really I'd want it to be an odd number. I mean, if we really wanted to do... There we go. Full belt out. God, do we go this big with the Ralesias? This seems like a lot. But, like... It's really only, like, double what we need as far as Ralesias out. And as far as Ralesia seeds out, it's, 2 1/4 plus 3.8. That's already like 6. So yeah, like this basically is the Ralesia seeds out that we need, plus the capability for more Ralesias. Ugh. I don't think we can go much higher here without, yeah, getting into more than a belt of seeds sort of happening as an intermediate process. This is just a lot of stuff. Like, 6 a second, 6 a second. Figuring out how to route all of these belts is going to be exciting, because, like, soil is a belt unto itself. The Ralesia seeds that loop around are basically a belt unto themselves. I can get this down to, there we go, half a belt. But the soil, well, the soil will be stacked, so that would be fine. Yeah, at this scale, or sort of at this ratio, we end up with more seeds and a little bit less Ralesias. 14 a second. But like biomass and ash is one belt. Soil and fertilizer is one belt. Or soil is whatever. We have 3 belts, and everything fits on 3 belts, possibly with a little bit of stacking. And then fluids are fine. The seeds all fit on 1 belt. I think this is the build. So let's import the blueprint. We're going to need a lot of Ralesias, which hopefully we have. Well, we'll have some, like... at cotton guts, right? We have a certain number of them here backed up. And there's other places where we have them as inputs to things. Archods, although these ones look like they're pretty much actually being used. Whatever this is. Ulrichs. Oh, the cotton gut food has a bunch of them, so yeah. Well, we will be able to acquire, hopefully, all the Ralesias we need as modules. I don't know how many are in the mall, if any. Well, that's like half of them already. So, whatever we have in the mall, plus whatever we can grab from other sources, I think we'll be fine. And by in the mall, I mean in logistic storage. Just Ralesias that I picked up and dumped later on, right? And the answer is none. There are none in logistic storage. We're also going to be missing, it looks like, a few of the Ralesia plantations initially. Yeah, and that's actually, you know what, that's fine, because we're going to end up possibly tearing down some of our existing Ralesia builds, because this is big enough to support all of our needs, basically. That is the intent of its design. So, we can always take apart another build somewhere else. So, here, let's go back to this. What are our inputs? Soil is on site, always. Oh, and I forgot to get soil extractors, because of course I did. Water pumping. So we just have one solid input, one fluid input, and then 2 solid outputs. So 4 stations in total. So 1 input here. We are going to request ash, biomass, and fertilizer. Okay. And then here, this is just a hydrogen input. All right. So, how do I want to do this? I don't have the soil extractors that I need because I wasn't thinking. So we'll have to grab those, but we can probably grab them from, you know, like here, when we take apart this Ralesia build. Do I not have Ralesia 2s? Oh, I don't have Ralesia 2s. Oops. Alright, well, let's get the research started for those. Fortunately, the fluid inputs are the same. So we don't have to worry too much about that. Alright. And then these are going to do like an input and an output. And then we'll do output and input. So this will be dirt or soil. This will be the actual Ralesia's out. And then on the outside of each of them, we're going to have 2 belts. One of them is like ash and biomass, and the other one is going to be seeds and fertilizer, I guess. Six. Alright, and then I need to duplicate this a lot. So 32. 48. I said I wanted 56 of them. All right. 56. Am I going to run out of belts? There's a pretty good chance I'm going to run out of belts. Okay. And then I almost want to move this. But let's figure out our botanical nurseries. Making the seeds. 1.45 per second. I'm not sure if that is going to work or not, so we'll use blue inserters. And we're out of belts. Actually, let's do it more like that. And I guess same thing, we want to go like that. All right, and then the seeds, I want it to have matched with fertilizer. And that'll be something like coming through here, down here, there we go. And then the other one needs to be biomass and ash. All right, there's biomass and ash. And then this center one is going to be soil, and we'll need to bring soil in from somewhere. Just moving that one closer so that the power poles connect. Oh, I'm out of power poles too. Jeez. All right, so we're gonna have biomass and ash coming through one. That just leaves the fluid inputs that I still need to route. Here, let's figure those out. that should be that. How many water pumps do we need? Just one. Okay, I love that. And then hydrogen needs to hook up, like, here. Water, I need to figure out where that's going to hook in. Let's see where I can find a spot for a pump. Water. Okay. So all that's left now is soil and getting Ralesias and seeds out. Basically, both of these Ralesia seed outputs need to have, like, priority splitters, right? And then... something like that is a seed output. And the Ralesias themselves is like the same deal, right? It's like here, output priority left. Okay, so that would be the Ralesias and the seeds out. Soil extractors, I need to route in. Let's do that. Let me go find one that I can, like, copy and paste. Soil extractor, thank you. And again, we'll end up grabbing these from where we tear up the old Ralesia builds. And then this needs water in as well. And these are going to want power, I think. Alright, I think this build is right. It just obviously won't turn on until we grab some of the remaining things we need. So let's head over to a couple of the places where we've got Phawagy on site, and or not Phawagy, Ralesia's on site. And we can start tearing them up, and that should give us the rest of what we need to finish that build. So this whole everything here can go. And while the bots are working on that, let's head into our cotton guts. We're not going to do Ralesias on site anymore. So these guys are going to need to bring in Ralesia seeds and no longer bring in hydrogen. All right. Why isn't science running? What are we blocked on? Logisci. Uh-oh. Is that just no lard? Are we requesting lard? We are. We're just not getting the lard that we want. Okay. That is not ideal, but it's also, I guess, not unexpected, so... Alright, so these Ralesia seeds come down this way, and they join Moondrops, which is fantastic, because that means that I can just change this to... we don't need to do that. How many Ralesia seeds per second is this using? 1.93? Alright. So that'll be Ralesia seeds out. We'll add them to our requests as well. Okay. So that should more or less do the right thing now once we have seeds available. Ooh, still some stuff to tear up. Oh, and I also need to... Oh, of course, this switches sides. Oh, alright. What's the best way to handle this? I don't think there is really a good one other than to clear out the whole belt, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, and then the Moondrops and Ralesias can both go back in there. That's fine. Now they should all be on the correct sides of the belt. Cool. Alright, I think I got it right now. Those water barrels will have to cycle back around, but that's fine. So we can head back over to where I was doing the Ralesia build. I should have plenty of Ralesias in my inventory now. We still might not have enough belts and everything, but that's a different issue. Oh, I'm missing a bunch of red inserters. Okay. That is, again, a different problem. Alright, we're spitting out seeds. Cool. So, Ralesia's on site. We pulled them out of the cotton guts. Where else are we making them? Poor alien samples, Ulrichs, Archods. Alright. I mean, we can go around ripping them out of more places. But I think the thing that we need to do most right now is get the long-handed inserters for all of this build. Yeah, and also 2 more soil extractors. Alright. Two more soil extractors. How many long-handed inserters do we normally request? 50? We're going to need more than that. Let's get 2 stacks of those. I think it said that I have, like, 60 that I need of these. Yeah. And then, this is not using the Ralesia 2 recipe yet, obviously. But it will as soon as we have that tech researched. And pretty much if I don't actually rip Ralesias out everywhere, then what is going to happen is just that we will have more Ralesia capacity sitting around the base, which can really only be a good thing. And is this still looking good? We're pulling in. I see blue on one side of a belt and green on the other, so I think we're doing that okay. They are slowly starting to build up at this end. Cool. Yep, I think the cotton guts are still going fine. As far as where I can easily rip the seeds out, I think we can rip them out of basic cotton gut food. Look, if the plants want to unionize, we have ways of dealing with that. What was I saying? Right. There's a few places where I think we can easily... Yeah, like we could just bring in the Ralesia seeds here. And that would free up a slot here. But, like, at Archods, like... This is already a disaster area of weird inputs and outputs, and I might just choose to let this one be. Ulrichs might be in the same boat. No, we might be able to just feed Ralesias right in here. That might not be so bad. So I'm gonna have to think about that, like, where do we want to feed in the various inputs, etc., and if the existing places have stations for them. For now, though, it's fine. Like, it's nice to kind of... For most of those things, that the only thing they're bringing in is hydrogen for the Ralesias, and it's like, whatever. It's already there, it's already built. If I ever want to upgrade any of that stuff to larger builds, then we're definitely going to need to switch them over to bringing in Ralesias. Just because I don't want to be routing ash and fertilizer and everything else. But the tier 1 Ralesia isn't too bad. The other thing that I saw that we need for Mukmok's food is Tufras. And I'm not sure how big our Tufra is. 0.2 a second. Okay. And Mukmok's at this scale is going to use 0.5 a second, so we definitely need to scale Tufras. There is a tier 2 recipe. We also potentially can switch to module 2s. We might need to do both to get this to actually work, right? Alright. 2 for 2s. We don't want 0.21 a second anymore. We want something like... what? What is our crafting speed? I guess I can double check that in game, can't I? What's our final calculated crafting speed for Tufras? 0.6. Okay. So if we want to make like 0.7 a second, how many machines do we currently have? 20. Okay. So same number of machines then. 1.61 per second. Oh, minus the seed loop. What a pain in the butt. Okay. So we'll say 20 machines. Yeah. Oh. And it is at break o'clock again. Time is getting away from me, as always. I recommend everyone get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being during the ad break. I'm also going to step away for a couple minutes, and when we come back, we'll figure out what it's going to look like to bootstrap these 2 from Mark II modules that we might or might not need. We maybe can get away without them. But certainly, we at least want to switch the Tufra build over to the Tufra Tier 2 recipe. So we're going to have to look into that. And we'll look at that when we come back. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I realized I didn't have the 2 for tech, just like I don't have the Ralesia 2 tech, so we can't actually do this upgrade yet. Just gonna have to sit on that. I'm curious how many Muckmoxen I have. We have 10. We have 10 of them in storage so far. How many am I actually gonna need? I mean, 10 is probably enough to get them started. Okay. So if I wanted to just get those started, we'd still have to set up Grod. Oh, these need Yotoi leaves, which spoil fairly quickly. Too quickly to... Okay. Well, bedding actually needs to be its own build. So let's start splitting this into separate builds. Let's get bedding figured out first. Let's figure out what all of our builds are going to be, and then we can go ahead and ew. Gotta love all the, like, functions of 7. Alright. So, we'll bring in fiber, we'll bring in... Does dried Grod stack better than regular Grod? Like, is it worth doing dried Grod? Yeah, dried Grod stacks to 100. Regular Grod stacks to 50. So it's almost worth drying the Grod on site? Like... I mean, Grod does get used for other stuff. So maybe it's not worth doing that. Maybe we'll just centralize dried Grod production. Not sure yet. Either way, it's not getting built as part of bedding. Wood happens on site, though, always. We'll bring in fiber, and then the Yotoi leaves we have to make on site, right? That's kind of the thing. Because of how quickly the leaves... Oh, the leaves spoil. The aloe doesn't. Oh. Am I currently making... What parts of Yotoi am I making, and what am I currently putting on rails? Okay, we make Yotoi aloe. So we can ship in the aloe, we just have to do the leaves on site. Okay. That's not bad at all. And then whatever these decay into, biocrud, of course. Okay, so this is like 1 input station, 1 output station, and 1 biocrud station. This is an easy build. I like easy builds. Yeah, cool. And then we will need... We're going to make a dried Grod build. Sure. Why not? Obviously, we won't run this thing at full capacity, but, like, 1 evaporator with hot air will make plenty of dried Grod for our needs. I assume we're going to need, like, more bedding than just what we're going to need for Muckmoxes initially, right? 0.19 there. This is 0.29. Like, it's going to get used in, like, Mark IIs of a bunch of stuff. Yes, it does get used in Mark IIs of a bunch of stuff. All right. So, like... Maybe we do go big or go home. This is a stupidly large build. Obviously, it'll be limited by how much Grod it can get. But, like, this will just scale up for however much demand we actually end up having, and it's still not pulling in, like, that much stuff, which is kind of nice. All right, and then as far as our actual Grod production, and we're not making one a second. Well, actually, we could make one a second. We could make, 1.066, actually. There we go. Even numbers of machines. Nice rows. Water on site, soil. Oh, but I forgot about the seed loop. I mean, yeah, there we go. 24 machines. Makes 1.2 a second out with seeds. This ratios nicely. I like it when things ratio nicely. So I think this is the build that we want to do. Obviously, it'll have to run for a little while to bootstrap itself to get enough, like, Grod plants to be the rest of the modules, because we only have a few of them to start with. But it should be fine. So, this is the build we have to do. The question is, how many Grod swamps do we have, right? Because that's been a thing that's been kind of one of our limiting factors on actually being able to start building this. Oh, we have 19 of them out of the 24 that we said we wanted. That's not awful. And then however much Grod we're making up here. We've got 22 of them. Yeah, we can probably turn this off. I'll just grab those. And we should be able to get, you know, a couple of the machines running at least. Yeah, let's do it. So we're gonna need a third soil extractor because we need one for the Grod build. We're gonna need, oh, I have a botanical nursery already. The Grod swamps, we want 24. We only have 19. That's fine. Everything else, I think, is just our normal inventory requests. Other than perhaps red inserters not working, because these aren't working, because did circuits die on me? I mean, they're running now, but clearly they were dead for at least a little while. Because, like, there's a quiet spot in the belt. Right? There's none in here, there's none in here, there's none in here. So they definitely were off for a little while. Well, one more soil extractor, please, bots. Would be really nice. Wow, we also don't have... Are we not requesting them here? We are. We also don't have green circuits in that one. And those should be, like, running basically all the time down here. And they are. And these ones aren't prodded even, so they run, like, properly full-time. I should probably prod this and put 2 of them down here. That I think that would be the right thing to do, is to scale the build up and put prod modules in. But I don't really want to do that right now. All right, we got our soil extractor. We have everything we need. I think we have enough inserters to finish the Ralesia build. And then... yeah, the seeds are coming out. We're just still waiting for the Ralesias themselves to back up. Which they should do shortly. Okay. I think at most, how many seeds can this make? Like half a belt? Okay. But we want like one more of these. And same for the Ralesias, they can make like half a belt. All of our rail signals look good. That one could be a chain signal. That's a short segment. Okay. I think we're good. So yeah, other than the fact that this is going to make seeds until the seeds are like fully back up before it will even consider making Ralesia plants, and maybe we should change how that prioritization works. I think this is good to go. Everything here is green, 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 green. All right. Yep. Ralesias are done. Love to see it. The Grod. I mean, right now it's just 2 stations, but I'm assuming Grod Stage 2 is going to need other inputs. Still just solid inputs? Okay, Grod Stage 3 needs more than just solid inputs, but... what I'm trying to ask myself, really, is can we get away with attaching the Grod stations, like, here? Or should I give them their own... rail branch like I did for Ralesia's here. In theory, they only need 2 stations. I'll just give them their own. Whatever. We have infinite space, right? That's... Cool, and let's clear this just a little bit, just so I can see what I'm doing. So we're going to have a solid drop-off. That is going to be the... What do we need for Grod coming in? Urea and limestone. All right. We need, like, very little of each. And then, oh, these are not, well, they're not big, but they're not small. Put it that way. I forgot to grab the Grod. Sigh. All right. Let me go grab the plants. I think we're only going to have 2 machines running initially. Because we have 22, but we need 7 per machine plus... Plus we need some to turn into seeds initially. Everything comes in as, yeah, very small quantities, doesn't really matter. And then the output will be there. And 24. And I did not put power into this before I copied these everywhere. Okay. We're going to be missing a few things. Yeah. That is expected. So there is one thing. And then output here is going to split. Priority right. That feeds just one nursery. Okay. Making Grod seeds. And then on the other side of that, we will have a soil extractor. Ta-da. And then this also needs to be split. Oh, I don't have limestone on rails, do I? I always make limestone on site. Alright, I'm an idiot. So that's fine. I just have to figure out where I'm putting the soil extractors for limestone. And getting them in place. Guess it has to come in on this side, doesn't it? Because that's how I already built it, and I don't want to change things. So we're going to have, like, 2 soil extractors here that are going to make the limestone. Cool. That is water routed everywhere it needs to go. Power up. And then really we just have to turn off everything past the first 2 machines. Oh god. Really? Can't copy this one that has no modules and paste it over the ones that do? Alright, this is what we're doing then. That was annoying, but necessary. Otherwise, the bots were going to keep trying to put the Grod into the other machines. So, what is left? We need to do... I need to grab a couple more soil extractors. And I guess I can put all of the machines back now, can't I? Two soil extractors. We want 5 more of these guys. Okay, is it just the soil extractors that we're waiting on? Oh, I didn't hook this up. It seems like the answer is yes. It's just the soil extractors. Oh, and water. Let's do water. Water's easy while I'm here. Bop, bop, bop. Bop. Okay. And I think with Grod, our remaining alien life stuff for chem science is going to be just the muckmocks and the Navens. Navens are still blocked on us having the red chips that we need for enough Navens cultures. Because apparently my build is 24 of those. Jeez. Yep. And each Naven's culture uses, I mean, only 15 complex circuit boards, so, like, yeah, it's a lot, but it's only a few hundred. 360. Which in the grand scheme of things is really not that many. Like, we get them 4,000 at a time on a train. It's just that getting them on the train is always a, always a process. Still waiting for those soil extractors. Alright, while we're waiting, Ralesia and Grod. I think that's everything we need for the rest of the Grod build. Hopefully. Well, other than the remaining Grod machines, but that's okay. Those will, 5 seeds. We got how many out of our... Apparently we got 14. Oh no, there's a couple more up here. Alright, that'll get this to run once. Then the other side of this splitter, which is our output, can come right through here. Cool. That will be the Grod output. Yep, these guys are running. So all I have to do is come check in on this every once in a while and grab some Grod from here and throw it in the modules as it bootstraps. That's pretty much all that can be done. Yeah, this just wants... It just wants a bunch of modules. Cool. It should want 154 of them, I think, in total. Plus 5 of these guys. How many come out of each batch? 10? I'm just giving this a little bit more of a buffer so that it's more prioritized early on. Making more seeds, etc. Just to make sure we don't... what I don't want to have happen is like we only have space for a few of them here, and then we don't pull enough in and don't get enough seeds for the loop to keep going. So letting this keep a small buffer on the belt will help make sure that that can't stall that way. It wouldn't break permanently, like I'd just have to, you know, hand feed some Grod from here down to here. But if I can avoid doing that, then all the better. So that is, I think, Grod done for now. On our way to... God, science is still not running. That is not ideal. And it is still Logisci. And is it still Lard that's blocking Logisci? Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, we're full on blood. Oh. Well, there's your problem. Yeah, we're not going to be making much of anything if blood is fully backed up. What can I either need to find a different void for blood, or I need to find a void for urea. ammonia, sap seeds, Grod, moss. I mean, we can compost it, so, like, we can technically void it, but... Alright, what about blood? Because this is what I'm doing. I'm doing blood to albumin and then letting that spoil. There's this fertilizer recipe that uses blood and urea. So that's an option. Blood to iron ore. I mean, sure. We could set up more atomizers. Or zinc ore. Red concrete. We don't have the tech for that. Alright. Yeah, this is not fantastic, is it? We don't have a lot of choices here. I think doing this fertilizer recipe that brings in... It'll bring in urea, blood. Ugh. I mean, or we just compost it. But that really feels wasteful. Oh, right. This is all scaled for recipe tier 2. So, like, we're not making anywhere near as many Ralesias. That's why these aren't all running. That's fine. That is acceptable and maybe even expected. And then it's going to take a little while for all of this to back up on Grod and seeds and have the Grod actually start showing up here. But that is okay too. Right. I think it has to be this fertilizer build, because this will use both blood and urea. So I can mark it as a blood void, basically, but it'll also bring in urea at the same time, which clears the other blood void. And then it just needs bones, biomass, and ash, and I think I usually have plenty of those. Yeah, we're sitting on lots of bones. Alright, let's figure out what that fertilizer build looks like then. Blood a second. How much blood do I need to void? That's a question. How much blood does the current blood void void? 100 a second. Okay. Oh, but we're not making 2 a second of this, that's for sure. Or 100 a second fertilizer. Or what would it be, like 20 a second? Yeah, no. No. Maybe 10 a second? Even that feels like a lot. 12 a second. We'll do 6 fluidized bed reactors. That's fine. And then otherwise, our inputs are totally normal. So we just need to grab 6 fluidized bed reactors, and we can get this dropped down pretty much anywhere. 1, 2... Oh, that's 24 biomass a second. Ouch. I mean, we could get down to, like, 4 of them, which is half a belt instead of a whole belt. Yeah, let's do this, and that'll just be a belt of biomass in. And then, we'll be running, whatever, one of them at quarter speed, but that's fine. Alright, bots. Bring me my stuff. And then the next question is, where do I want to build this? It's 1, 2, 3 stations. I could tuck it right over here, next to aluminum, if I so desired. I'm running out of space over here, and I still have to do the, what are they called? Navens. So the sort of the plant corner is getting full. I guess, I mean, I could do it right here. Maybe. What about down here? Like, near where we already do fertilizer? Not really. Not really a ton of space. Turns out, this base is, like, packed to the gills. Maybe we just do it down here, where we've done a bunch of other stuff. Like, I think it's fine for it to go, like, pointed downwards here or here. Either of those places. That'll get us what we need. Alright. All the way to the far corner of the base. Alright, and I said this needed 3 stations, although arguably 4 might be better. You know what? If we do 4... Basically, if we give biomass a dedicated station that I can pull 2 belts out of, then we pull out a belt of ash, and then the bones and the urea don't quite fit on 1 belt in that case. The bones are just a little bit too much for half a belt to share a belt between them. No, let's not. Let's... And actually, I should mark it correctly as this, because we're belt limited. So yeah, we'll have a belt of biomass. We'll have ash and whatever, ash and urea, and then we'll have bones. Or maybe urea and bones and ash would be the better way to do it. If we do go up to 15, belt, I mean, basically everything would need its own belt. Yeah, and that's really more than I want to do. Alright, solid in. We're gonna swap this out. We're gonna use orange inserters for sure. And then we're also just going to use the bigger deposit, not because I think we need the storage capacity, but because I think we need just the number of sides to get stuff in and out. So we need ash. 3 stacks of that. We need biomass. We'll take 60 sacks of that because it's coming through fast. Urea and bone. And this is actually going to be a high priority station because that way this will always have all the stuff that it needs so that when it gets a delivery of blood, it can void that blood. I always want to do that with my void stations. So biomass is... here. And then we'll have another one that is, I mean, I guess... half a belt of ash. And then... urea and bones can be like 2 each. Oh, these really need to be swapped, don't they? So that the ash and the... Yes. Because these need 4 biomass each, so that has to be like 2 inserters already. And then I guess we'll take our output from this side as well. Ooh, no we're not. Well, at least not if we do it this way. Yep, I think that's what we're going to have to do. Is take our blood input from the middle. All right, and then from the bottom, we have ash, we have bones, and we have urea. Okay. Ash was half a belt in total. So we'll do this here. And that's 2 into each, so we'll do 1. And then bones and urea will both come on the next belt. Bones. Urea. I think that's right. We will have a pickup station here, which is the output of this whole mess. This has to be marked as high priority. Because this is a void. No path. Ah. That's almost always what it is when there's no path. I haven't finished one of my actual little loopy-doos yet. This needs to be in the void network. It needs to be low priority, and it needs to request blood. Alright, think other than just waiting for all of the deliveries that this needs to receive, we are... read train contents. We're trying this that someone mentioned was probably an easier way to do the filters so that these will switch their hands to empty. It's to read train contents and then have all these guys set to set filter, because when their filter is empty, they'll empty their hands. There we go. And that appears to be the case. Just need to make sure that it actually still uses stacks correctly when a train arrives. Alright, we have biomass and ash trains that are already en route, so hopefully that'll be good. And then this should hopefully already have a blood train on the way. Yes. But a blood train on the way should mean that all of this has turned on again. No. Oh, yeah, okay, I see the issue. I should probably turn this off as well when we turn off... No, we do it here. We do it here. Oh, but this wasn't turned off. This was stalled. So yeah, this would have just thrown everything onto the belt, and now we just have to wait for cages to circle back around. Alright, not a big deal, not a problem. This is gonna want to void again as quickly as possible. Let's rename this in YAFC as well, so that I can keep track of what it actually is. Biomass is on the way. Oh, and this is just a very slow loading ash train because it's on blue inserters. Oh, wow. This is our low priority ash. Ooh, okay. Apparently we're using all of our ash, which probably shouldn't surprise me. It kind of surprises me, though. Yeah, we are using a lot of our ash. There's a lot of stations that are sitting, like, almost to the point they could do a delivery. I'm surprised This one wasn't chosen, though. Oh, because 51,000 is not... Right, because ash stacks to 1,000, so... No. Still 20,000. This should have been, Why was that low priority ash station selected over a high priority one? It has the A signal. It's high priority. And yet, we chose this station, which is lower priority. Oh, maybe that just took so long to fill, because that's blue inserters, that, like, when this one was chosen, it was not up to 50k yet? Maybe. It's possible that that is what happened. Oh, no, we got a bug. Okay. There we go. These guys check the belts in front of them instead of... instead of checking what's in the train, and that way they grab whatever they can. And then if the belt is emptying out, they'll just dump their hand into here. Cool. And this is also now running. Huzzah. This, yeah, should probably have another train selected, and it does. So hopefully we'll catch up on blood. I'm worried about, like, urea byproducts backing up everywhere, since, like... Yeah... This has void logic, but I don't think I have a urea void. Oh, I do. I have this one, which presumably is also totally backed up. No, it's not. Oh. I just don't have the blood to urea. Oh. Well, I probably didn't need to build this whole thing then down here. I could probably have just added the right void logic to this station so that it voids when it's over full. Which I should still do. So now the question is, do I leave this or do I turn this off? Is this gonna do more harm than good, is the question. I don't know. It's probably more productive. Like, I have plenty of urea. I mean, I also probably have plenty of fertilizer, but still... How's this doing? Ralesia seeds are nearly full. Excellent. Does that mean cotton guts are sitting on plenty of them? That appears to be what it means. Okay. And what about Grod? Grod looks like it's probably started to... Oh yeah, there we go. We've got, I just realized that I left these all wanting modules again, which makes it kind of hard to selectively just plug the modules into the earliest ones. I really should not have copied and pasted them that way a second time. But that's fine. The Grod can just kind of back up for a little while. We need a station for dried Grod. That is just 3 things, and it can be kind of anywhere. It's a small station. It's not a lot of throughput. Maybe we squeeze it in up here next to advanced small parts. I think it'll fit. I don't think these boilers are too big. Other options where I could squeeze it? Not really, not easily. I mean, we could grow this out to full length and put it here next to Muddy Sludge. And dried Grod is what we end up needing for bedding. We're going to do a big bedding build, bigger than we actually need, just for the sake of... I guess I could put dried Grod and bedding next to each other wherever I want to do them. Tufras we still need to expand, but that's blocked on tech. But we'll, like, 8x our Tufras by switching to recipe 2. .879 if we don't use Tufra 2s. Yeah. So this would be, actually that ratio's pretty well. 20 of these to 2 of these with that recipe. So maybe we only need recipe 2. Maybe we don't need to bootstrap the second tier of Tufras, because this is enough Tufras for the Mukmoks. Oh, okay. Oh, I should get Mukmok's pastures going in the mall. I didn't start those yet, did I? No. Please don't be awful. All right, it's not awful. How is all of that stuff doing? Those complex circuit boards, they stopped again. They ran for a while. A delivery of them went somewhere. We're stopped on MOSFETs. I'm going to assume MOSFETs are blocked on the usual requests. Yeah. But MOSFETs also occasionally need to be delivered out here for electronics. So I have no idea which one currently has the priority. If it is electronics or red chips, but it did seem like it was like alternating well between the two of them. Rotors needs shafts. I should look into that. And gearboxes for mechanical parts 2, which presumably is also a shafts issue because it's gearbox Mark 1 that's broken. So yeah, electronics is obviously going to be a big blocker for everything, but like a lot of this other stuff is starting to accumulate on these belts, which is great to see. Because that means that when this does run, it'll run a lot. And we should get a lot more mechanical parts very quickly once it does run. The question is... Yeah, shafts are still iron nexilate antimony special alloy. And that's got to still be blocked on antimony. Yeah. Alright, vitrolloy got its antimony, though. Oh! That is... broken. Cool. We're missing, Oh, I can't do it. Alright, I'm gonna have to go down there and fix that myself. Oh, but I am down here. Perfect. And I will check on antimony as well. Just to see if we are... I mean, we should need more of this phosphate rock fairly regularly, right? Yeah, I mean, as soon as this gets more fatty acids, it'll pull more phosphate through. So that's fine. But what was I thinking about? Antimony. It does appear to be running. Alright. So I think antimony is just still slow. Still catching up, basically, is really the situation. Here, we can actually check it. So yeah, iron nexilate antimony special alloy. I mean, everything needs it, right? Everything that uses antimony needs it. But only to, you know, varying extents. Like, this will catch up soon, because we don't use a ton of the nexilate antimony alloy. You know, Vitroloi is potentially gonna run a lot because we potentially do have quite a bit of demand for it in, like, brakes up here. Yeah, these have been blocked on Vitroloi. So that'll be a thing, getting brakes running again. And then shafts are blocked on the iron nexlet antimony. Alongside whatever this is. Laboratory instruments. Okay. But that's only a small request. So once this runs, we should get, what's the ratio? Does it expand? It does. It doubles it at least. So every antimony ends up being 2 of these special alloys. So we got that going for us at least. And I'm still not sure if our overall production is just too slow on antimony, or if it is a matter of waiting for us to catch up. Like, I think the Nexlet antimony alloy here is going to back up soon. Although this is a much worse ratio, 10-3. So to fill this up and get this whole thing to stop is going to be at least 3 more deliveries of antimony oxide to that station. Up here... Sorry. At Vitroloi, I mean... What's our demand for Vitroloi? Is it just brakes? It's brakes and it's something else. What are you? Oh, intermetallics. Yeah. So both of those are going to be pulling Vitroloi, so I think it's going to take quite a while for Vitroloi to consider itself backed up. And then same with the iron nexlet antimony special alloy. That's going to take quite a while for it to consider itself backed up. So I think we're kind of wait and see on antimony. I mean, it does seem like there... I mean, obviously there isn't enough to run every build at full speed, and we should be able to see that in YAFC. We clear out all this stuff. We look for antimony in desired products, ingredients. So like antimony oxide feeds iron nexlet antimony special alloy, feeds lead antimony alloy, it feeds nexlet, it feeds Vitroloi. And if we look at the summary page, we make 2.8, and we could use a grand total of a little over 4. So we can use twice as much antimony as we currently produce, is what I'm seeing here. Although if we go down to like the smallest amount of that, what does that go up to? 1.21. .9. I don't remember what I had that set to. 1.67. So yeah, like, depending on how much goes through secondary processing, our total, like, antimony output fluctuates quite a bit. And right now, I think we're mostly running in this mode, which is only like 1.2 a second. And we can check what we need. Is that the heavily end-doped that uses that? It is. Yeah, 30 a second when this is running at full speed. Which, again, it's not, because we're not getting the silicon wafers we need. But that's the theory. So that would be 1.9 per second. Of, again, 3.75 a second or something. I don't know. Too much. Too much per second. The biggest consumer is lead antimony alloy, though, and I don't think that's currently running. Oh, no, it is. Yep, this will also need to catch up then. As batteries are running. Yeesh, yeah. So we definitely are not making enough antimony. We don't... As much as we are doing better in the anthraquinone / hydrogen peroxide department, I still don't trust it enough to, like, switch all of our antimony over to that higher processing tier, because I'm pretty sure that will wreck us. It did last time, and obviously we're making a lot more hydrogen peroxide now, but even still, I'm not convinced that I would appreciate doing the full switch over to the antimony pulp processing chain. But I also don't think that we're going to keep using antimony at, like, full speed forever. Like, this stuff is going to catch up. It will buffer. It's just that antimony was broken for so long, and so much stuff has so much weird new demand because we started turning things on, that it's just... everything's in a weird, awkward place. Cool. What's this waiting for? This is waiting for... fatty acids, which are probably waiting for oleochemicals. Yes. And those would have been stalled out along with everything else that asks for lard. Alright, but yeah, so this is full. So any requests will end up being sent to this station. This is a low priority station, though, which means that it'll wait until, like, science turns back on before it gets a delivery, which hopefully will be soon. Not as soon as I would like, but also not, like, forever away. Yeah, Trits are running. These guys running again. Those guys are running again. How's Blood? Blood is pretty close to full. And this station is also very nearly full. So I think we probably do need to fix the blood to urea so that voids puts its urea on the urea to ammonia void. So let's do that. Let's find a place that I've got that void set up correctly, like right here. Let's go get that set up. That should fix some of... I mean, it'll certainly help us get rid of blood more quickly. And that is really what matters. All right. This should show up now with a train. Maybe? No. And why not? Urea is greater than 10K. It has the void signal. It's high priority. Void urea to ammonia. As 6K request. Sure. Oh, there we go. Just took a little while to get scheduled. All right. That should help. How are we doing over here with our... Oh, that is starting to accumulate. All right, let's head over to Grod. Let me get those modules dropped in place and get more machines turned on. Because I think it is pretty much ready to go. I see a lot of Grod backed up on that belt, so hopefully we have enough for the for all the machines over there. Oh, let me also see if we have the 5 Grod swamps that I need. It says 5 on the way. There's 5. Cool. And we had enough. Excellent. That means this can now run full-time to every single machine. Spare Grod goes in here. How much Grod does this make? Let me check YAFC. Where's my YAFC window? We make 1.2 per second. All right, that's like 2 of these. Sweet. Yeah, it's going to take a second for all of these to turn on, but that is fine. Oh, whoops. I did the wrong thing. I removed the urea from the requests instead of the limestone. Yeah, it's just going to take a minute for all of this to get, like, fully... These all have to saturate their inventories, right, before they let the seeds go past to the next machines, etc., etc. But we should be making enough seeds. All right, that is excellent. How is animal processing going? Trits are running. Hogs are running. Which means lard is, running. We got a delivery of lard somewhere, it looks like, which is a good sign. Was it Logiscience? Probably not. No. Wherever it went, it already, like, immediately got used. Which is impressive. Might have been here. What else can I be trying to fix? That is a question. I was just here, I just looked at this. Yeah, science is stalled out, which, like... I really can't go too far down the, like, Mukmok's path until I can upgrade Tufras, because the Mukmok's food needs so many of them. And, like, yes, this is a lot more Mukmoks than I need initially for science, but we'll use them for other things. Also, I just realized that the Mukmok's pastures use the Mukmoks, and I'm now deeply concerned. No, they don't. Okay. Is that a turd version of the Mukmok's pasture? No. Why does Yafsi think that I can use Mukmoks to make Mukmok's pastures? Where is that coming from? I don't know. Alright, is Grod, like, fully bootstrapped now? Pretty close to it. That could help. We can grab some seeds here and just, like, do this. Alright, so these guys should just be running full speed now. They are... I did it right, ratioed correctly. Double check that in YAFC. Yeah. Is exactly 2 of these soil extractors making limestone, so it shouldn't, we won't see it like fully back up on the limestone, but it also shouldn't starve. It should be fine here. And we have Grod starting to accumulate. Yay! How many of the Mukmok's pastures have we gotten? Plenty. Here, let's restrict this, because we're not going to need many of these initially. Not that we need a ton of them, or not that they're super expensive building, but just we don't need that many of them, so whatever. Same with these. Keep them a little more restricted. We probably don't need 50 geothermal plants, but oh well, they're running. So yeah, all of this is looking pretty decent. I don't see many red dots in the mall anymore, which is fantastic. It's just on the newer stuff, right? And these are waiting on deliveries of things that we are probably not going to see deliveries of for a little while. However long it's going to take to get our first delivery of Mech Parts 2, right? Yeah, brakes are... No way. Oh, brakes are not backed up. Let me go. Oh, I'm on the entire wrong side of the map. Brakes are stalled and are not accumulating because there's some biocrud sitting on a belt where there shouldn't be biocrud. And I'm also missing, I think, the inserters that would be moving the brakes into their station. So I need to do that. We do want all of those things to make themselves available on rails over time, right? So... while we're here, we can double check all of our other outputs. Gearboxes come through here. They do have an inserter, and we do have, I mean, we have some. 49 whole gearboxes. These guys, utility boxes, have they ended up in an output? Yes, we have a couple hundred of them already. Control panels ending up where they should. Yes. Same with electronics. Brakes, I think, are the only ones that I screwed up. And then I did fix the filtering. Okay, I fixed the filtering. I just never... actually got rid of the biocrud in the way and put this inserter in. Alright, so this will run now for a while. Spit out a bunch of brakes are just a one-to-one upgrade. So without brakes running above, this will stall pretty quickly, but I think we'll be in an okay place with brakes relatively quickly, actually. Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, all the electronic-y things that need... Oh, this is not blocked on red chips. This is blocked on Bakelite again? Why is Bakelite broken again? I must have a bad pipe somewhere. There it is. Look at that. I don't know how I did that, but that pipe has been sitting there probably this whole time, keeping Bakelite from running correctly. Cool. Yeah, and they all immediately turned on. Awesome. That's fine. It is what it is. It's a small bottleneck. I mean, the things that need Bakelite aren't running anyway, right? Like, we need them for, I think, PCB Mark IIs and some other things. Yeah. But they're not a huge component of anything, so, like, whatever. Wow, batteries are still going. Okay. So that's one thing fixed. Control panels are just running, which is great. Utility boxes are stalled on circuit boards. That's expected. Gearboxes are stalled on gearboxes. That's our antimony shortage. Electronics are MOSFETs. That's just the standard silicon issue. Brakes are running. And Shaft Mark IIs are actually running. Wow. So that's good to see that Shaft Mark IIs have been running. Yeah, not as significantly as some of the other things, but like we have an accumulation of Shaft Mark IIs. Oh boy, Nexalid batteries. You know what that means? That means this thing's running. How's power? Woohoo! Oh no, that's not where I want to be. Not where I want to be at all. Oh. I don't know how to resolve this. I don't want to build another power plant. Like, I can push more geothermal in. That is an option. But we are apparently pegged on power. Yeah, and if I push more geothermal in, I'm not sure exactly how many more turbines I can add. And it might be worth it. And I said I didn't want to do this, and I still don't want to do it. But, like, if we take all of the pressurized steam from all of our power plants and centralize it somewhere, that would make it a lot easier for us to do a steam battery, like, properly, where we can size our number of generators correctly and things like that. Because right now, we can't really. I talked about that last week, but just when you have a steam battery off of only, like, one of your sources, it doesn't always work super well. But yeah, we are bouncing off of our power limit here. Well, as long as the battery charger is off, we're doing okay. We're not spiking. So, that is at least good to see. Like I said, I don't really know how to deal with that right now, and I'm just not going to. God, these are still incredibly slow. Maybe I should throw down a second casting unit down here. Get them down to like one every 10 seconds. Do we need them up here? Is shafts a thing that we have a request for? It is. I assume that's for like turbines or something. Yeah. Like, worst case, I can hand feed that, because I think that's the only thing that needs the shafts. Yeah. Just at 0.05 per second, how long is it going to take to make a train's worth of shafts? Especially when only half of them are going to the train and the other half are going to mech parts too. That's a long time to be making shafts before they finally accumulate. Then again, we already have 300 of them. What else is going on? We're still sitting on not science, which is not great. I think that's just waiting for large to catch up and go where it needs to go, unfortunately. After everything was blocked on. I mean, I don't know how long blood was backed up for, so... I guess I can check, right? If I search over the past 10 hours, it was broken for like an hour. That's a long time to not be slaughtering any animals. Like, it hasn't even been fixed that long yet. Antimony still running. Antimony is still running. Yeah, Vitroloi has been delivered everywhere. Alright, yeah, some down here. I mean, this at least has... Intermetallics at least has prod modules on it, so it's gonna... It'll catch up, I think, relatively quickly. The other things that use Vitroloi, maybe not. Will these take prod modules? They will. Did I prod all of this stuff? Maybe. I prodded all the mech parts too. Right? Yeah, because all of these are definitely running only part-time. So these ones all make sense to have prodded. Up here, like where we already have multiple factories for some of these, it's like, do I really want to prod them? Is that really the best option? Like, kinda, yeah. Do I have more prod modules available? I do. Yeah, let's just go drop prod modules in like all of mech parts. I think that's worth it. Because they're clearly not running full-time anyway. Although, the more stuff I prod, the worse our power situation is going to get to. So that's also something to consider. Or to, you know, ignore and hope the problem goes away. $20 factories, 26 prod modules. All right. Cool. That is all prodded now. I can add a couple more factories, I guess, if I want to like get the output speed back to what it was. But again, right now, none of this is running full-time anyway, so, like, doesn't matter. What is this? Missing tinned cable. Tinned cable is blocked on tin. Cool. And tin is just, yeah. I mean, it's running. We're bringing in a full belt of ore here. It's just that, I mean, tin was also shut down for quite a while not that long ago, so, like, I think we're still catching up. We're also still only doing one belt of ore at tin. So we could potentially try to double this processing if we really wanted to. I'm not sure if I want to or not, but it is an option to switch tin to 2 belts if we decide we really need to do that. How bad is our tinned plate situation? It's, 1, 2, 3 stations that don't have the tin plates they want? Okay. So, like, it's not miserable. It's just not good. This has got to be, yeah, lab instruments. Like, it could definitely be worse. Hey, we've got Logi Science running again. Excellent. That's going to take a little while before we have enough accumulated to actually, like, run, but that's fine. How long has Logi Science been broken? Four hours? Logistic Science Packs broke 4 hours ago. Oh, that's no good. That's no good at all. This is what we should be seeing, like, when they're running. Is it'll buffer up, and then it'll turn off for a little while, and, like, that's a fine pattern. And as long as science is running consistently, that should be the pattern we're seeing. Yeah. Cool. Did I, is this thing still running? Oh, God. Let's turn these off. Because I suspect I have plenty of muckmocks. Yeah, we have 30 of them. I think that's plenty. Oops. Oh, I mean, I was going to say it's fine. It's a waste of silver is what it is. That fetal serum is expensive in terms of silver. Grod still going? Grod is still going. Oh, yeah, we've already got, like, a train full ready to go. So we really are just, waiting for science to turn back on. And I'm actually going to put 2 froze before Ralesia's. Because I built the Ralesia build so freaking big. Yeah. And because we haven't swapped everything over to using the new build yet, we don't need, I don't think, the Ralesia 2 tech as badly as we're going to need the 2 for 2 recipe. So this will be our our first. We'll do this one first. We'll get Tufras upgraded. Here, let's get our to-do list. Add to the top. So we gotta do Muckmocks. Before that, we need bedding. Well, Tufras. I'll say Tufra 2. And before that, bedding. And before that, dried Grod. Alright. And then I'll move my cut line because none of this Expand Eyes and this Graveler Saline Sink are things that have turned into long-term might-need-them things, not, like, actual immediate to-do things. And that is what this line separates. So that is all of that stuff, which looks great to me. Navens are still waiting on buildings. Yeah. And that's red chips. And that's just a time thing. There's no way to make red chips go any... Well, there is a way, and it involves, like, really expanding our electronic-grade silicon. Which, I mean, I guess is an option. Consumes 2 megawatts at 500% efficiency, so this outputs 10 megawatts. Okay. And we're using 5. So in theory, I could double this build if I so desired. And then we'd want to expand silicon wafers as well down here. And that would help all this run a little bit more consistently. I really didn't want to do this, make this much bigger, because, like, we're going to get a much better recipe for it in, sorry, not for that one. Yeah, silicon processing 2 gives us the polycrystalline slabs, and then plates, and then silicon wafers from those, which is just a significantly better recipe all around. But, like, I guess the reality is we're going to keep using silicon wafers, right? And if we look at their usage, well, the problem is that these are... Yeah, that's much further out. I guess I should be looking at, like, the usage of the individual... Yeah, integrated circuits. See, that's still not until PySci 2. That's significantly further. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're gonna end up needing... And maybe it's that we use more of, like, these things, right? Electronic Stage 3 is gonna be PySci 2. Yeah. You know, certainly we're going to have to grow red chips at some point, so... It seems like I also am going to need to expand green chips relatively soon. Those are sitting pretty much always empty. So that's worth contemplating as well. Oh hey, we're making iron nexalid antimony alloy. Huzzah! That is going to take forever to catch up, though. All right, well, I think I'm giving up here for tonight. I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I don't want to start anything new. That's where we're at. I got a good to-do list for next time. The path to Mukmoks. We've got science running, well, not quite running again, but like we're making the Logi science packs again. So we will have science running again soon, which means we'll be able to get the Tufras, and we should be able to get Mukmoks started running. And after that, really, the things blocking us from chem science are, here, let's just show it in the game. Wrong thing. Here we go. I mean, besides our red chips being horribly slow, like Mukmoks, nuclear samples, and these self-assembly monolayer materials. So, as long as our red chips eventually end up in the places where they need to end up, I think we're going to be okay. I'm still not... Well, we'll see. We only have a couple of places that request complex circuits, right? So... we should, honestly, I think the mall should be the next one that gets a delivery of red chips, if all goes well. All right. Well, thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Tomorrow, Wednesday, is a Kerbal Space Program stream day, and then we'll be back in Pyanodons on Thursday. So thanks again, everybody. I will see you next time.